Okay, what I'd like to do is I'd like to go ahead and start execing some of the bills here. We know that we're waiting upon amendments coming over on 530. That's a bill which was a hangover from Monday. And 452, which is school building aid application process, in which we put an amendment forward after the work session on Friday. So now we're dealing with the bills down below that, which would, so the first bill I'd like to address, to just get us into a friendly mood, would be HB 637. And I'd like to call upon Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move retaining House Bill 637.
Is there a second? Second. So we have a motion to retain. Amy, we're not going to be doing anything for a little bit here. Yeah. We have a motion to retain 637 made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Myler. Madam Clerk, we're just going to let you. Is there a discussion from Representative Cordelli?
I think that there have been issues raised about some of the terminology and expansion from just high school into the lower grades. I have been in contact this morning with the department, and they also believe it could use some additional looking at. Therefore, my motion to retain.
Representative Myler?
Yeah.
Any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
Representative Lekes?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
Yes.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Peternell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiella? Yes. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Rung?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
20 yeas, 20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Okay, we have a couple bills which we discussed in the other room, and what we're going to do in these bills, we're going to allow discussion, one person from each party, because we know where we're going. So the first one we're going to take up is 603. You might turn to that one. Okay, 603 is an EFA bill that deals with service providers, operation 1 year. Look to Representative Lekes for a motion.
I move HB 603 inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Second.
Peternell.
Okay, Representative Peternell seconds that. So the motion's made by Representative Lekes and second by Representative Peternell. Yeah, too much snow shoveling yesterday. 1.5 inches. That's all I had. That's enough. Remember, I said we're going to down to about one person speak on this. Representative Lekes, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. There are a number of issues with this. One is being in operation for a minimum of 1 year prior to participation. And that really prevents places with good ideas or people with good ideas for how to work with the EFA students. It prevents them the opportunity to even get started doing that. But bigger than that is being an approved non-public school education program. And there are a lot of people who are tutors and other programs that are not, they're not actually schools, they're individuals providing, whether it's dyslexic, teaching for the dyslexic, or just somebody coming in and teaching, as I did for years, math. I was not a school, I was a tutor, but I was the math teacher for many homeschool students. So basically, I see a number, and there are other issues besides that, but those really stand out right off the top. So therefore, I recommend ITL. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I would just like to say that, we're trying to put some guardrails on what's happening with all the things that are going on out there in the EFA world. And I go back to Croydon where all of a sudden they were faced with, the parents in the community were faced with Prenda that was sponsored by the State Department of Education. And Prenda is led by guides, and the qualification for the guides are to be 18 years of age or older and have CPR training, period. I don't know about you, but that seems awfully weak to me for taxpayer resourced funds for an accountability. So I think these things that were offered in this bill were to try to put some guardrails that at least something had to be in, like a Prenda organization, had to be in business for a year. I think that's not a huge ask. And I think it's not a huge ask to ask that other places that are, whether they are schools or they are quotation schools, not only need to comply with all state and federal anti-discrimination laws, but they need to meet the health and safety standards and codes, and also the criminal background checks, which I have pushed on several other bills as well. So I think this is a bill that speaks to what we feel is necessary for this program to function and go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? The motion is ITL on 603.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, Representative Tanner, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion of OTP, please, for this bill. Thank you.
Okay, OTP made by Representative Tanner and second by Representative Myler. Which one wants to speak to it?
Done.
Representative Tanner, you're done. Is there any opposition who wants to speak to that? Not seeing. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Hobson.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
All right, so I'm assuming that Representative Tanner, you will write on behalf of the OTP, and Representative Lekis, you will write on behalf of the ITL. The next bill we're going to do is similar, and so we'll have a similar structure for discussion. HB 621, and it's a bill that deals with the, upon termination of an account, the money immediately goes back to the Education Trust Fund. That's it in a nutshell. So with that, I look to Representative Cordelli for a motion.
Yes, I'd move ITL on House Bill 621.
Is there a second? We have a motion on the floor put forth by Representative Cordelli, ITL, and second by Representative Belcher. Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for discussion.
Thank you. I believe that parts of this bill were incorporated in a previous bill, the may to shall, for instance. I think the problem for many of us was with the section about students enrolling in a resident district public school and the immediate termination of the EFA and remaining funds being transferred right back to the Education Trust Fund, and the possibility that there are outstanding payments in process that would be problematic if the EFA was terminated immediately.
Further discussion from, yes, Representative Luno?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And you know, unlike the last bill, in fact, unlike all of the bills with respect to education freedom accounts, this is a bipartisan bill, and or has bipartisan sponsorship, and this bill is actually word for word the same as a bill that was introduced by a member of the Republican caucus 2 years ago. And had again had in fact it was all Republican sponsorship on that. So I'm not quite sure why the language had Republican support last year, but at least in the comments leading up to the exec on this bill, may likely fail to get Republican support, at least in this committee this year. But to address a couple of the points that Representative Cordelli made, this 621 does tighten up on the requirement for
That'd be good.
the private contractor to refer suspected cases of misuse of funds to the Attorney General. It changes the word may to shall. Yes, there's another bill that does that, but the other bill still requires the contractor to determine that the misuse was with intent, which is not something that the Department of Justice usually has a contractor do. This is something that the Department of Justice does. So it does keep the bar for substantial misuse. That could be defined in rules. But it gets rid of the word intentional, which we think is a barrier to the state determining if there's been any fraudulent misuse of funds in this program. So that's a key difference, and I think a very important improvement to put some guardrails on this program and prevent fraud. As far as the other cases, yep, it certainly tightens up EFA payment provisions when a student enrolls as a full-time student. And again, language comes completely from what was presented by Representative Ham last year. So anyway, I'm hoping we can see to it and maybe get some bipartisan support for this bill by having some bipartisan support to defeat the ITL motion.
Thank you very much. further discussion? Of course, we've just had one-on-one, so, Madam Clerk, are you ready to call the motion is OTP on 621?
ITL.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
ITL, excuse me, ITL.
Yeah.
We haven't got to the OTP yet. We will. I'm trying to get.
Good motion.
Go ahead. This is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Petronell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Ellison.
No.
Representative Rung.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Balboni.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Thank you very much. Now, Representative Luno, you can go your way.
All right, so we thought we had it last time, but now I'd like to make a motion of ought to pass.
Second. And so we have a motion on the floor, OTP on 621, made by Representative Luno and second by Representative Myler. Representative Luno,
Go right to it.
okay, any discussion from Representative Cordelli? No?
None.
None. Madam Clerk, when you're ready. The motion is OTP on 621.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Blackus.
No.
Representative Ford.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Hobson.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
Nope.
Representative Petronell.
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, Representative Luno will write the OTP and Representative Cordelli will write the ITL. We're trying to get these things done in today too, so we can get them to Lindsay. Okay, the next bill which I'd like to go to, we did just get, Jennifer Ford brought them to us, the amendment for 452. This is a bill dealing with school building aid application process, so we're going to hand these things around here. Bring that way. Does everybody have a copy? Okay, there's several changes in this. As you recall, on Friday last week, we had a subcommittee working on the whole process in which we invited in DOE to that, looking at the timeline for submitting applications right through to and completing the process when they're awarded. That's been changed, and I think we pretty much went over that even when the bill was introduced in hearing. But one of the changes which we had, Superintendent Taylor, I believe, from Colebrook came down and worked with us on Friday. And that, as you recall, there are 3 school districts receiving school building aid grants in the next biennium, pending upon money being allocated in that budget. And then we hope there is. The schools receiving them were down in the Rochester, Monadnock, and Colebrook. Not necessarily in that order, but those are the 3. And we were discussing Superintendent Taylor's district, which is Colebrook. And they just recently have had to close down their high school. The old academy building was built 100 years ago or so, and it became just plain obsolete to provide the types of services which are necessary, especially when they're shipping their students across the river to Canaan for career technical education. And the CTE program over in Canaan, although it's providing many fine programs, is not providing all the programs necessary in Colebrook. And as you know, Colebrook's way up north on the line, and a lot of industry up there depends upon forestry, upon the woods, and diesel mechanics and diesel work on these vehicles, be it a tractor or be it even a lawnmower. And that's one of the programs they don't offer across in Canaan that they want to bring back across the river to Colebrook. And so they're looking at also incorporating CTE within this school, and that's been supported by the Department of Education, but also providing the space for the various high school required courses to be taught properly, where you're trying to do it in a school which was designed originally for upper levels of elementary school, middle school, and not for the courses that are now required. So the new school is going to be a renovation of the current. Did everybody get a copy?
Do you have a copy of the amendment?
Okay, so what we want to do is ensure that the Colebrook doesn't get knocked off the list. And why they came down here, why Superintendent Taylor came here, is that there was an indication that the $3-point-something million which they're receiving, they've also had the opportunity to receive private grant money to do this from the charitable people up there. Over $2 million is coming in from one benefactor. That's 2/3 of that whole cost. But we have in legislation, if you look on page 1, on lines 3 and 4, funds received from federal grants or grants from other state programs shall be subtracted from the total project costs when computing grants under this paragraph. That's a change. What the bill and what the law currently says, if you get it from charitable trusts or grants such as that, from private donations, that's subtracted from the amount of the grant. And we all looked at that and said, wow, we don't really understand why that's in there with the charitable trust. We understand the state and the federal grants, things should be taken off. But when it comes to this aspect, no. And so it was a unanimous recommendation from the subcommittee to move forward and strike out those 4 words, which were 4 or 5 words, which would have restricted them from using the $2 million to disallow the amount being subtracted from the grant from the state. And secondly, there was language in there which dealt with the school building authority and some of the responsibilities of the school building authority. As you know, in school building, in statute right now, the school building authority is a group that's comprised of the state fire marshal, state treasurer, the Department of Education, and 3 other folks appointed by the governor, of which Representative Hill is the chair of that particular group. That group is really tasked to ensure that in the allocation of state dollars out to various functions or causes, that there's enough bonding power available within the local to ensure that the match is going to occur, the financial status is strong. There was language that was put in here initially to ensure that the schools receiving this would also have to, that would be a responsibility of the school building authority. The way it was written, it really didn't make much sense, so the language in here reverts back to exactly how it was in the past. That they go in and they verify the ranking that comes to them from the Department of Education. If the ranking is then seen as similar, then their report goes back to DOE and on to the State Board of Education for approval. If there's a difference there, then there's a process for hearings which can go on. So those are the changes within this amending language. That also includes the dates in which, we must comply in looking at the applications which come. In the past, the school districts were notified of a grant on January 15th, and that gave very little time for them to get their warrant article put together in confirmation that they indicating that they would also put on the article and say they're going after this. This grant now is released to the public in the preceding school year by November 15th, I believe the date is. And so it gives some time for the mechanics of the school district to function in terms of going forward with these grants. And it also allows them to build a warrant article based upon if contingency upon money being approved by the local. So that's the nature of this amendment which we have, which replaces the entire bill. So I'd like to put a motion forward of OTP on this particular. I shouldn't have done all the discussion before the motion was put on the floor. I apologize. Trying to get things done quickly today. Putting the cart ahead of the horse. So HB 452, I hand the gavel over to you, Representative Cordelli, and make a
Thank you.
motion OTP.
OTP is the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Ford. I think you had your discussion.
I have no further discussion.
Thank you. Yes, Representative,
Have a question.
oh,
Would this
let me
be-
just ask
oh,
Representative Ford first. Representative Ford, did you have anything to add? No. Representative Cornell?
Would this be in time for Colebrook to still get, okay?
Yes, we looked into that. That's correct. Because the budget's approved at a certain time and at the same time this is done. So it'd be in place in law. That we heard from Amy Clark, who's here today.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you. I have just a couple of questions, or one comment that it seemed like in a couple of places there's duplication. For example, in section 1, paragraph A is then duplicated again down in lines 17, 18, and 19. And there's another spot, but as I was reading it, I thought, I've already read that. I guess what I'm asking is that,
Changed now.
and it's from experience that a couple of the schools that I was representing in my last term had, where the initial submission of the project, it seems like is not reviewed by anyone else other than the commissioner. And that, and there's another spot where if the emergency projects are recommended by the commissioner. So the commissioner seems to be a real big gatekeeper in this, and that's where they seem to have a bottleneck the last time. They actually had a lot of confusion. Project applications were returned to them with new updated requirements that weren't in the original requirements. And they were very frustrated with that. And I'm just wondering, I see that you have the commissioner as the gatekeeper before it even gets to the State Building Aid Authority, and then the State Building Aid Authority. There's an overview by the school board, the state school board, for the ranking. I see that kind of division. I'm just wondering if maybe should be considered that there's more, not necessarily oversight, but looking at projects by a few people other than just the commissioner at the very beginning of the whole process.
I can respond to that. The word commissioner is used in prior law as well. It's when the commissioner receives these applications, that's when we talk about the department on grants such as this, the commissioner receives, but on this particular area right here, all the projects are then reviewed by Amy Clark and company, which is Amy Clark and Amy Clark, and then they're presented back and they're reviewed by the department, and then they're sent to the school building authority. That's the balance within this whole process. In terms of emergency projects, I was part of an emergency project when our roof was not good at the middle school in Haverhill, and we were off cycle. We couldn't go through the whole building application process to all those those steps which are required, we needed the money then and there because it was a safety issue. We were dealing with mold and everything in the attic, and the roof was ready to cave in. So that's the responsibility of the commissioner to, and those emergency projects are then looked at by the engineer at DOE. They go out and look at them. So commissioners use, but it's basically, it's the department within or the bureau within that does that assessing. And I had just brought to my attention here that there was another change which didn't get into this. I'm glad Amy's here today. On line 14 on page 1, beginning January 1, 2025. It's not 23. Yeah, this all it starts in 2025. So I've asked Jen to contact across the street here to get that corrected because we want it. That's a 2-year change, but that's the way we had it and discussed it the other day in the work session as well. Representative Myler?
Yeah, I was gonna raise the issue that January 1st, is that a new date?
Amy, do you have a second to come up and maybe these technical questions should come from the
I know
department answers?
We've had in the past the problem of the timing of when you receive the reports, et cetera, so there's time to deal with this so that they get it into the spring building cycle, et cetera. So is the January 1st a new date?
Sure,
so
just for 1
for the-
second, Amy. Can you back off and just take us right through the whole process? Because we're backing off at least a half year on top of what you got right now.
Right, sure. So for the record, my name is Amy Clark with the Department of Education, which the School Building Aid Program falls under my bureau. So just for the first question is the original language you had in front of you was July of 2025. And that presents a problem because later on, there's a recommendation of April. They have to submit the application in April before, so it really has to become effective before July because they need to submit an application in April. So the work session talked about changing that to January, which is suitable. But it would be January 2025 because we rank the projects. And so the timeline is being changed for this proposal. Instead of applicants applying a year and a half in advance. So right now, I think the best way to explain this is if people were applying right now for building aid for the budget that you're talking about right now, they currently had to apply last summer. And then they wait, and then they're trying to go to warrant article, but they don't know what the state budget is right now. And it causes a lot of problems for schools because they have no idea what the state budget looks like. So this bill pushes it up. So if we were here 2 years from now and you all are talking about the state budget, those applicants would be applying now. And so that when money comes, they get ranked by November and they can go to their voters with the amount of aid that the state would be available to them. So it doesn't push them back. It actually pushes them forward by several months. If that was what you were looking for.
Yes, go ahead. Representative Myler.
So back to the issue that Representative Tanner raised. Share with us, would you, how the process is for review? So the application arrives at the department.
Correct.
What happens to it from there?
In the current law, applications come to the Department of Education in July, last summer. We take in those applications, we review them for completeness. Then the Department of Education, my group, I have 3 of us that go in and we review the projects, we visit all the schools, we rank them according to the criteria that's in the law and the rules. And then we present that ranking, we score them, we present that ranking to the School Building Authority in December. Then the School Building Authority verifies our ranking, make sure that we're doing the things that we're supposed to be doing, and then they submit that list to the State Board of Education in January, which would have been this last January. And then the State Board of Education publishes that list so that schools know, excuse me, I should have some water. Schools should know where they are on the list by January. And then, of course, they have warrant articles going on right now, and without knowing what the state budget is, they're asking their voters for something that's really difficult to do because they don't know how much money we're going to give them. And then the state budget is approved, hopefully, by July 1st.
Okay, so just as a follow-up to comments. So it says in here that the commissioner shall accept. So my presumption is, I don't mean to be so specific here, but the application arrives at the department.
Correct.
Now, does it go immediately, if it says application for building aid, does it go immediately to your desk? Or does it go to the commissioner's desk, then to your desk? At what point in time does the commissioner actually see the rankings and ultimately gets involved in it? Is it after you guys, your team has dealt with this?
Right. I mean, yeah, so, with all due respect to our commissioner, he's not really involved in the ranking process. It
Thank you.
comes to
That was my question.
my program and we rank the projects, correct?
That's why we have an engineer doing this. Representative Luno.
No, I mean.
Just, you said the ranking process.
Do you have your mic on? Representative Tanner?
You said the ranking process. What I was under the understanding was it was in the accepting process that there was an issue.
I'm not sure what applications you're talking about. Do you want to, give that information?
I can answer a little bit of that. What we have in law right now, they have to be accepted, but they're only going to be accepted if they're complete. We don't accept parts of an application. That's what Amy does. So they are going to the department underneath the commissioner's name, seeing he's the commissioner of that department. But immediately they funnel directly to this person right here, who will then sort through them to make sure they are complete. If they're not complete, the district's called up and said, get your act together, get all components, all elements filled out on this thing.
We have, I have rejected a couple of applications for incompleteness. Usually they're egregious, like it says, we'll provide information, we'll provide information, we'll provide information. And we're ready to rank, our window is tight. They have to be complete applications per the law. They have to be complete applications, but I have rejected a couple of applications because they have not been complete. Again, I don't know any other specifics, but.
Yes, go ahead.
Is the historical nature of the school building, does it have anything to do with the application or the decision whether to go with it, whether they meet the historical requirements for the building?
Are you talking about, sorry to sound ignorant here, are you talking about like historical, like meaning the historic folks, like we do a historic check on those applications?
Well,
Like for
it's like-
resources?
Colebrook, or I think you said was 100 years old, and some of these other buildings that are over 100 years old that may have historic. Do they need historical review or whatever it is?
Right, they do. So I want to just make sure that you're really talking about like the historical folks. So I wish I could remember their names because they're so important. So there's an organization at the state that reviews the historical components of the building, because that does play a role in ranking. So if your building was so old and they had some resource there, whether it was a landmark or something, then you can get points for the ranking for preserving that landmark. But it doesn't, if you don't have anything specific, then they just don't get points for that category.
Yes, Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Amy, I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the changes with respect to the school building authority, and also I noticed there's the amendment deletes a statutory reference on.
I'm just getting this amendment. I mean, I was
Yeah.
there at the work session with you all, but
So right where the in the timeline, I'm just trying to find it here.
Are you talking about on page 2 around line 5? Or our light at the top? On
So
page 2.
I'm trying to sort of line up the amendment. Yeah, it's It's, yes, it is right at the top of page 2, right before the reference to August 1st each year. So it's actually sort of at the bottom of page 1 on the amendment. The school building authority, line 32, very bottom of the amendment, where the end of the line goes to the school building authority, it used to say established pursuant to RSA 195C. And that part's been removed. And I'm not familiar with, I mean, I was just looking at the text of 198.15C, which is the section of law that this is in. But the school building authority is defined in 195C, so a different part of law. And I don't know if there's another statutory reference back to 195C, or if that was.
So is it the reference of 195C that is no longer there? Is that
Well,
what you're saying?
in the bill, in 452, on page 3, line 22, you've got the reference to RSA 195C, along with the first the first time the school building authority, as the school building authority sort of brought into this timeline process. And then that statutory reference is removed in the amendment. And I was just wondering was there a reason for deleting that reference, or?
Not that I know of. I mean, it's good to clarify that the school building authority is defined in 195C.
Right, so the amendment's missing that.
It's the first
Yeah.
time I'm seeing
Yeah,
the amendment, so just now, but if it was there before and it's not now, and it references 195C, 195C is the definition of the school building authority and what members are
Right.
on there. So it probably would be good to have it referencing defining who the school building authority is.
So I mean, we've got to, the amendment's going back to OLS anyway for the effective date, right?
Yeah, they could be, pursuant to 195.
Yeah, just so that it
It's, I
connects.
know I've talked with Jeff about that, and where it says school building authority, if they get a definition, you automatically would reference back.
Right.
But there's no harm in putting in, I know that referencing that statute, it says nothing about school building aid within that, it gives you a definition of what the responsibilities of the school building authority are.
Right.
We hijacked this terminology when we initially put together school building aid, knowing that we'd like to have a check and balance in the process. And this provides a check and balance. We're on the road to, trying to look at this whole program, which we do need to do. Seeing that the school building authority's initial establishment was not for this purpose. It was for other purposes which are established back in that section of law you're referencing.
Mm-hmm.
So we were looking at that time a third-party organization that existed, and the school building authority has not been very active over the years at all. So we selected it and used it. So they bring together the treasurer, the state fire marshal, and the commissioner, plus others, to do this review. All they're doing, basically looking at, did DOE follow the procedure that was established with all the criteria and all that, and they verify. That's all they're doing. It's almost like, not a rubber stamp, but they're supposed to ensure that the process was followed. The school building authority would love to do either more or even less, depending upon who's chairing that organization right now.
Right, but I want to, I think it's important that the school building authority is certainly following its statutory obligations, because they're critical point in the timeline.
Yeah, they're a critical point in the timeline, and they do have a critical mission which they're supposed to be doing
Right.
as well. So
Right.
I have no objections to pursuant to
Yeah,
being injected.
I just want to make sure 195 and 198 are being sort of connected through this.
See, there was some concern when we met on Friday that the language that we had in the other previous, what was the purpose of the school building authority? People really didn't understand what it was doing there, so we left it supposedly with the same task, which we have, to verify.
Right.
Evidently, the established pursuant to wasn't put
Well,
in there.
we took out, the amendment does take out the verify the application's, ability to pay debt.
Yeah, the amount of the borrowing appears to be within the financial means and available resources of the school district.
That's come out, right?
That's also ditto from the school, that area we're pursuant.
Right.
We're saying pursuant to. It doesn't say school district, but it says everything else that's within their means. Yeah.
And let me see if I had any. I mean, I think the biggest change is the one right up front, as far as what gets
Yeah, exactly.
what gets credited against the school building aid grant. So no longer, gifts are no longer credited against that.
correct.
Yeah.
So only federal and state grants, which I think are appropriate to be credited against the state grant.
Yeah, and you can see in the original bill in line 16 on page 1, where it says, funds received from charitable trusts, bequests, gifts, insurance policies. That was struck
Yeah.
as a result. That's the section which was struck.
And then another section too, another section as well. And I'm trying to see where it refers, on page 3, line 4, you've got a, paragraph D. That makes a change from applications with substantial deficiencies, that clearly is, strained language. Whether it's referring to applications with deficiencies or facilities with deficiencies. And I think D corrects that in the amendment. Was there anything else that was going after? I don't remember from our.
Well, I think Amy can best, if you have, applications, if you have the 3 that are approved now, that leaves 14 other applications which have not been funded. Now you get into another round of applying, and where do the 14, are they going to be going forward in that order? Or if there's another one all of a sudden has this very severe situation, can that jump those other 14 and go to the top?
Because of the severe.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes. And some of that stuff comes
right.
out of building code
Right,
too.
and that's
Fire
why,
code.
and that's why that paragraph D, I think, is so important.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure it's still doing its.
So on my end, yes, I mean, the just right above that, it is clearly states that those that were approved on that November 10th, 2022 list, which is the list of 17 that you keep hearing about, those projects will fall in line first. And then this process will take place with all the other applicants that fall behind it. So it just kind of keeps the order. But currently in rule, and we'll have to edit our rules to address a lot of these timeline changes. But we currently, the way you jump people in line, you can jump people in line, but you have to meet higher life safety conditions. You have to meet more than half of the points. Plus you also have to have higher points than the people that you jump. So there will and probably should still be a way to jump those that are in line. And also this authority allowing us to continue to rule make could further define what those emergency projects are. I think Representative Tanner was talking about earlier, to more clearly define what is considered a emergency project. And the Department of Education right now uses emergency projects that are like defined in the Public School Infrastructure Fund as a clear definitions that the State Fire Marshal Office uses as imminent danger and substantial life safety risks. So there's already definitions in fire code that talk about an emergency. It's not an emergency because of because your windows are not well insulated. It's really very specific life safety danger issues.
Further discussion? Okay, we're not gonna be able to really go much farther with it until we see the refined amendment. Yes, please, pursuant to the chapter law. And then 2025 rather than 23.
January 1st.
Yes, yes. The primary reason why we'd like to see this thing go through is the timeline. The time right now is just too much of a pinch on school districts as well as trying to review these applications. And we're not giving the department adequate time to really review properly. And there's a lot more we got to do with school building aid. There's a huge amount that we have to work on in terms of, some conceptual things you might be considering is that we have a number of projects which are $3 million and less, or thereabouts. We have some projects which are huge dollars, and they can suck everything out of what we appropriate in one given year, and there's no way we're going to ever get to the other 14 projects. And so there's been discussion whether we should have several different pots available for the renovation, maybe smaller amounts of renovation, maybe even through the Public School Infrastructure Fund as a separate pot where we've had upwards to $40.3 million in that fund if you total all the money we spent. So all these issues have to be discussed. There's a lot more to it, but it's the feeling of the department. I'm not want to speak for Amy, but I've heard over and over, the timeline has to be changed. And that's the primary goal of this right here. Yep. Thank you very much, Amy. So what we'll do is we'll try to wait until that comes in. Looking at the other bills which we have here. We still haven't gotten anything back on the co-op withdrawal process.
You want to talk about 640?
Yeah, we had called the department.
Someone is hopefully coming over from the
Oh,
department.
okay.
Yeah, so we're kind
Who's
of,
coming over?
Lisa Hatch, who was here and provided testimony during that.
Okay, okay.
so we're looking here. Now, we do have 354 still also. I know we have differing positions on that, but maybe what we can do is take advantage of the moment right here and have some discussion on 354 without putting something on the table here for action. And so that's what I'd like to do, is jump to that. This is similar topic, appropriating school building support for charter public schools. We have, I believe it's somewhere around 2 charter schools which are owned by the charter school. So those would be eligible for aid based upon the 30% that but there's some that we have in the school building construction side here, but there's also other issues which we have to address on that. They are a public school. They are dreadfully in need of funding to support. But there's also the issues that's sort of affiliated with what the school building authority is tasked to do. That's also with the charter school. So I'm just going to open up the discussion right now. Which one's this? 5:30. Let's just discuss this a little bit more. Representative Tanner.
Thank you. I would wonder how this actually is affected or not by the fact that we've been talking about the dissolution of charter schools and some of the issues with that. If they're incurring debt through this building aid, and we've talked about, there's another bill that we reviewed about working with the dissolution of property, just how, if a charter school incurs debt, how that, if and when they have to dissolve, how that actually is accomplished and what kind of problems might occur with building aid on that?
That's a good topic to be discussing with this. We do know that if it's a school district that takes the building aid and then decides to close the building down 5 years after they've taken that, they're responsible for paying every nickel and dime and penny back to the state that they received in school building aid. They have to have it in place for 20 years. And then if they close it down in the 21st year, they don't, of course, the bond's paid off. So in terms of a charter public school, that's an issue which, has the need for discussion. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think this bill is premature because of some of the things Representative Tanner talked about, but the whole issue of the dissolution, and there's also a question of what the status of building aid is in general. And we don't know where that's going to go. And so it would seem to me that we should, I'm not into ITLing this, but to at least retain the bill and put it into the whole group that we're dealing with when we start talking about charter schools, when we look at the disposition of charter schools if they should happen to close, et cetera. So to deal this in isolation, I think is a mistake. And it needs to have more consideration, particularly as it relates to how does this fit into all the other requests that we've had. I mean, we had, I think Amy said we had like 17 bills, 17 requests this last year, and we only could fund 3. It just seems to me, Mr. Chair, that this is a bit premature and that if we can just hold this and put this into the conversation as we deal with the other issues that we're dealing with charter schools as far as their stability and where they're going to go forward. And again, as I mentioned, there's some question where building aid is in general. And so to pass this without that knowledge, it seems to me to be premature. Thank you.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Luno.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with what's been said on this. I mean, I don't think I don't think ITL is a good message to send on this. I think retain would actually be a very strong message to send on it, that this committee takes this matter very seriously and wants to look into it. Because I think from what we've learned over the years too, is that charter public schools and public schools don't necessarily operate on the same way. They don't necessarily operate on the same timeline. They certainly have very different governance to them, a school board versus a board of directors. And
it has to be a total co-op vote in there too. Where's your original?
And and obviously a school district, by virtue of its taxing authority, has a different different ways to stabilize revenues that and meet obligations different than charter schools. And I guess in addition, I'm not even sure that the provisions that are in House Bill 452, which of course rewrites substantial sections of 354, are necessarily adaptable to charter schools the way they apply to public schools. So I'm not against a responsible way of the state funding charter school building projects, but I think we've got to look at it from how applicable is it for charter schools, the timeline, the process, and if we can get 452, which again is this exact same section of law, up and running as this moratorium is finally being lifted And we can get cracking on that and then work out some of the, I think the concerns that Representative Tanner and Myler, talked about with respect to charter dissolution, and responsibilities there, that we could get something, meaningful put in this place. So, I'm hoping the committee would come along with something like that.
Yes, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to highlight that I think the biggest utility that I can see of this kind of program is that when a traditional public school has more students coming in, it automatically has the money to do what's necessary to accommodate those students. But when a charter school, they want more students to come in because they're successful. Well, they still can only take so many because they're kind of hampered by their ability to expand in this manner. So I would see this as the ability for a successful charter school, successful being measured by obviously the parents continuing to send their children there, to be able to expand to accommodate more students. That way the lotteries can become a little bit more of a fair mechanism. More people can come into them if they choose to do so.
Representative Lakis?
I just had a question. In the governor's budget, in the one-time money, did he put money in towards this, towards building aid for charter public schools?
Put building aid in for all schools.
All schools.
And he increased it to $75 million, which paralleled that which we had approved here. We had approved a bill where we appropriate $50 million on top of the debt. And the debt for each year of the upcoming biennium is approximately $25 million each, rounded off. We're very close. So that comes up to the $75 million per year. So that was put in, very similar type of language, just written a little differently, but no, it wasn't earmarked for charters or for, this is all school building aid.
Okay.
And the issue that we're looking at right now is that we basically, through the department, have already not appropriated, but allocated tentatively that money towards those projects. And those projects, as you see on that 17 list, have a price tag associated, but that may not be the price tag, according to what I hear from Amy Clark, that they look more specifically at these, and it may, if they're not really, if they're going beyond some of the areas within building something larger than they have to on the minimum standards, it'll be lesser money received. So there may be could hypothetically be some left over to fund not maybe the whole of a next project, but some school district in that list of 17, remaining 14 may choose to take, $1.5 million versus waiting for their $3 million grant, maybe sometime in the future coming by their way. Yeah.
Follow-up. So it wouldn't actually change the timeline that a charter public school could get money if we retained it, because we don't have
I was
money
going to
for
make
it
that
now
same
anyways.
statement. Retaining won't impact, the money's not there.
Right.
And it's not going to be allocated until what? We have January 25, where the applications start coming in, but we're still in what fiscal year are we in, and what part of the biennium are we in at that time? We're still dealing with monies that we're doing right now that we haven't even approved yet in HB1. So there is plenty of time for a retention to occur, because it's not going to make any difference in terms of providing that money to the charter schools or any other schools for that matter.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Representative Myler.
Yeah, just to pick up on a point that Representative Leno made, one of the things the committee hasn't looked at, we've not had anybody come from a charter school to say, okay, we want to build something. They haven't shared with us about what the process they're going to use to get the resources to do the building. I mean, this is whole new territory for this committee, and we just haven't had an opportunity to really look at the sources of revenue that one might, clearly, individual contributions that would come in is one source that they could get for some construction costs. But we haven't looked to see, we haven't even heard bankers, for example, how would the banks deal with a charter school that has X number of students? They're going to look at their, all of the revenue sources they have, et cetera. But we haven't had a chance to see, oh, this is how you can do it. I mean, it may be clear to some folks around the table. It sure as heck isn't clear to me on how that might happen, so that they've got a foundation that's secure enough that's going to be able to deal with the loan along with whatever the state might. So that's why I guess I'm talking myself more here about the need to retain it, because there's just so many questions out there before you actually say, go forward with this. So I would hope you would look at that too. Thank you.
Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I have been working a little bit with a charter school up in our area, North Star Charter, that's been approved by the state board. And they are in the process of buying the old courthouse in Ossipee, New Hampshire, from the county, which currently owns it. It had been turned over to the local historical society for many years. They did not do much with the building, and so it is in need of repair. The plan of the charter school, I believe, were the only bid for the building. It is now being reviewed by the county legal department, as I recall. And the intent of the charter school is to, they've had contractor looking at the building to see the extent of the renovations that are required. And their intent is to take out a mortgage. And that is factored into their budget, the amount of the anticipated mortgage. But I think the status right now is waiting on final county approval for the sale to the charter school.
Further discussion? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Cordelli, could I just inquire, the school that you were just referencing, is it currently operating in some other building?
It is not. It is not.
And follow up. So I'm just wondering what, if anything, is known in that process so far about how they will get a mortgage. I mean, how will a bank review their capacity to pay that?
I don't have all those details, I think is the best answer I can give you.
Okay, we've had a discussion on this. We're really, there's nothing on the table. And what I'm going to do is going to take a short break here. We have received an amendment back here, and I want to hand that out and see if it reflects what we had discussed earlier this morning. So let's take a break for about 10 minutes here, please. I think this does. Because did you look at Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead. Would everybody please take your seats? We're ready to go ahead and exec here. Okay, we have before us a bill here. It's the last one on the docket for today. It's not the last one we're going to be acting on. Obviously, we've had to skip a couple. HB 640 is an act relative to cost recovery for vocational rehabilitation programs. And there was some question that we had regarding trying to get a better understanding of why this is before us. Why, what has to be done. Is this something that's being proposed by the department? And welcome, Ms. Hass, right? H-A-S-S?
H-A-T-Z.
Okay, T-Z.
Yes,
Hass.
yes.
Okay. Well, welcome, Taos Ed.
Thank you for having me.
So we have some questions regarding this bill. It says the bill repeals the state right to recover the cost of vocational rehabilitation services from an individual who receives a third-party settlement or benefit award.
Yeah.
Can you please explain what brought this all about and anything else that can help us, move forward one way or the other?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Ladd and the committee. So I'm, for the record, I'm Lisa Hinson Hatz. I'm the Vocational Rehabilitation Director with the Department of Education.
Oh, if it's red, I'm like, red's got to be off, but not in our world, right? Sorry. I'm Lisa Hinson Hatz, the Director for Vocational Rehabilitation with the Department of Education. This was a bill that the department had wanted to move forward. We had done some sort of updating of our statute in 2021, and this was a part that we simply missed. And what this part spoke to in the old days, probably in the 80s and 90s, before the workers' compensation system changed in New Hampshire, if an individual received a workers' comp settlement, then if they had been working with vocational rehabilitation with the state, we could collect what we had spent on their case from that settlement. And this is not something that has been utilized at all, at least in the last 15 years since I've been in leadership positions within the agency. And the workers' compensation system has changed. They have their own vocational rehabilitation team over there that work on anything that has to do with a settlement. So this was for us to really repeal this from our statute so that, there's no need for us to be, since they don't come to us in that manner anymore, or haven't for a long time, we didn't feel that we needed this section in the statute anymore.
Okay. Any questions from committee members regarding this? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Just so if somebody gets a settlement and you had been working with them, you don't try to get the money back.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I will say, just for the record, vocational rehabilitation works with primarily individuals that are well below a lot of the poverty levels, a lot of individuals on Social Security benefits. And again, since the Department of Labor has their own workers' comp section, anything that might happen, they're getting services right there within their system. So we would not ask for any reimbursement or anything.
Are there further questions from the committee members? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify what I think you just said, more of these individuals are serviced through the Department of Labor than through DOE.
That's right. If it would have to do with any kind of a settlement. And I did check in with their attorneys before, we brought this forward. And they said that it's perfectly rational to repeal this given the work that they do in their department.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That makes some sense the way you explained it, but it seems to me that there might be another side to this as well, which is if somebody were injured and they had to go through these services and they receive a third-party settlement, say from a lawsuit against some company, corporation, or whatever else.
Right.
Usually part of a settlement in an injury case is covering the cost of medical treatment and whatnot. So would this not be shifting the burden for money that they received in a settlement for that care
Yeah.
to the taxpayer?
So let me give you an example of how our financial needs test works, because I think this might answer your question, Representative. So vocational rehabilitation provides, let's say, two different kinds of services. Services that are covered by financial need, where we have to look at someone's financial need. And then there are services like job development and placement that you would say naturally, well, why would someone have to pay for that, right? That's a core service that we provide. Things that would be covered and we would have to look at someone's financial need include things that are tangible. It could be a vehicle modification that we do. It could be a computer that we purchase for college. So what happens is, and this goes for any customer, regardless of if they had any kind of settlement or anything, if they have a service that requires financial needs assessment, we do that. And so they would say, I have this amount of money in my saving, would never ask anyone to touch. We really just look at liquid assets. And let's say they agree, okay, I can pay $500 of that computer because I have some resources. We would never ask for any larger an amount just because someone had received some kind of a settlement. It's all based on that financial need and whether the service would be a part of it or not. So I don't know if that helps clarify what you're saying. So they may have received a settlement and it may be a part of their assets, but just because they have that doesn't mean we would ask for additional funding.
Follow-up?
If I may, just so I understand, I want to make sure I really understand that part. Would it be possible, would there be any scenario where somebody could be injured on the job, fall, hurt themselves? Let's say they go in and they receive there's a lawsuit and they receive a $1 million settlement on it. And they've received services, let's say the state spent $10,000 helping through this process. Under those circumstances, if we repeal this law, the state could not then go and ask or require that from that $1 million settlement, part of which would have been incorporating these costs. We couldn't then look to receive that back to then be able to provide that service to another person down the road.
Yeah, so I think to clarify, if we looked at their assets and they had $1 million in there, we would say that you have enough resources to pay for that service. Let's say it's the computer for $2,500. And it was bound by financial needs assessment, so we had to look at their assets. So we would at that point say, you do have the resources to pay for this. In the case of, let's say if it's a hearing aid, what our policy says is that we have to look at financial needs and that we could pay up to 50% of hearing aids. So if, again, that's bound by financial needs assessment, we would look at their resources and say, again, you have the resources to pay for this. So we're going to ask you to pay for this. So that we wouldn't, like you said, be turning that onto the taxpayers to pay when they do in fact have the resources. So it's not just a factor of the settlement, it's a factor of the service that they're receiving, whether it's tangible or something like job development, placement, and follow-up, which is done by individuals, right? It's done by counselors, it's done by community program providers. So it's really based on that financial need. So if we saw a large amount, we would ask them to pay for that because we'll say, You know, why can't you, if it's liquid assets? Again, if it's locked up in, yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
Real quick, because the way I'm looking at this is typically somebody's going to be receiving these services relatively soon after an injury. They will seek out these
Yeah.
things, but a settlement from a lawsuit often takes years
Right.
to achieve. So
would
this
never
would be
go
a
back.
situation where you would never. And is that always been the policy of the department that they would never go back to look?
Yeah, because once people are successful and find employment, we close the case and we don't, unless they come back for additional services, which they can. We're not a one and done kind of program. We would never go back and ask for anything back.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Who is your clientele and what kind of interplay do you have with like HHS? Is it just children that you work with or young adults up to 22 or something?
So vocational rehabilitation is a state and federal program. We work with individuals from age 14. There's really no high level. We've worked with 85 and 90-year-olds in our services for blind and vision impaired unit. We do have a high interest in working with students with disabilities, but our customers are individuals with any kind of a disability you could imagine. It could be a mental health disability. It could be a developmental or cognitive disability. We work very closely with Health and Human Services. We work with the Bureau of Mental Health Services, and we also work with the Bureau of Developmental Services, the DD Council, the Developmental Disabilities Council. So we're very, we collaborate very highly with those programs, as well as the local area agencies that we have in the state and the mental health centers. That's where a lot of our referrals come from, in fact, are those individuals that are working with them in Medicaid services, and they don't necessarily pay for job development and placement, college tuition, those kinds of things. So that's where we can take over. And we can provide any service short of catastrophic surgeries. So, we could pay for work boots for somebody to go and do an internship. We could pay for college. We could pay for, a screen for someone so that they can, they call it a CCTV, to blow up the words for them, magnify it. So it's a great program. Again, a state federal program. We are 80% federally funded and 20% state funded. And we have to meet that minimum match to receive our full federal award. Total budget's about $16 million a year. So hopefully that helps give some background.
Further questions? Yes, Representative Lekis?
So I just want to make sure I understand. If we pass this, the effect will basically be nothing.
Right. Yeah, I would say that is true because this hasn't really been active, if you will. It hasn't been, and I think it's because the workers' compensation system changed. So we didn't have that that collaboration that we had with them prior, which I think was in the 80s. I wasn't here at that time, but I'm pretty sure that's when it happened. For anyone that was around, Doris LaChance was the person that we connected with back in those days. But to me, vocational rehabilitation has plenty of resources to assist all of our customers. Like I said, if they are receiving a service that requires us look at financial needs, we do that so that the taxpayer doesn't have to pay additional funds, just because.
Okay,
So-
we're at the point right now where I'd like
Thank
to
you.
go ahead. Some of us have a meeting that started 5 minutes ago. So I'd like to get a motion here for this particular bill. Representative Perrin-Mill, do you have a motion for this bill? Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Myler seconds that motion. Further discussion from the maker of the motion? Representative Myler?
No, thank you.
Any from the committee? Okay, Madam Clerk, so we have a motion on the table made by Representative Petronell, second by Representative Myler, as OTP for HB 640, cost recovery for vocational rehabilitation programs.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
He's absent.
Okay. Representative Lekis?
Yes.
Representative Ford?
Yes.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Hobson?
Yes.
Representative McDonald?
Yes.
Representative Noble?
Yes.
Representative Petronell?
Yes.
Representative Cortiello? No. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell?
Yes.
Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luna?
Yes.
Representative Ellison?
Yes.
Representative Rung?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Balboni?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
16, 17. 17 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you very much. Consent? Thank you. Ms. Hetz, thank you very much. Appreciate your coming over from DOE. We're going to take a break now, and we're going to be out for lunch here for about an hour. Thank you. Oh, here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm running down the parking lot to get my.
Okay. He said he was from.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Oop.
Well, we can either be here, we can be. I don't know what the other rooms.
No, we can have a meeting right here. They can go get the lunch.
Yeah.
Another room.
You know when that bill that he was talking about. They mentioned it.
Which bill's that?
The one above here.
Okay, I guess we're ready to go ahead here. We have three bills left, 530, 452, and 354. So with that, first one I am looking right here is 452. So let's take some action on 452, one way or the other right now. This particular bill, as we've discussed before, deals with the school building aid application process, extending the timeline, et cetera. So at this point in time, I'm going to hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on the chairman for a motion.
Yes, I'd like to recommend OTP on 452.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Representative Ford. Discussion, Representative Ladd?
Yes, I'd like to move the amendment to 452 is Amendment 1017H.
Second, anyone? Representative Belcher seconds. Discussion of the amendment.
Yes. We had a discussion earlier today on this bill, and there were several areas which we noted that needed and required change. One of those is on page 1 on line 14, which changed the date from 2023 to 2025. So that's now incorporated in here. The other was on the top of page 2, which dealt with the school building authority. And, pardon me?
The amendment's missing the effective date.
You gotta be kidding me. There's no effective data,
Section 1 is replacing section 1.
but it doesn't replace the date. The date's the
They
same.
didn't catch the effective date.
Well, is it because this is the amendment and it uses the one that's in the bill already?
Well, the one in the bill already, July 1st, 2023. Needs to be January 1st, 2025.
Well, that date's in line 14.
Right.
I thought it was an effective date on the bill.
452. Yeah.
Okay, okay. No, I'm following.
Okay, so we got the date right in page 1. Then we also have the change regarding the school building authority pursuant to RSA 195C in there. And those were the two changes we spoke to earlier today, because we've gone through the remainder of it with Amy Clark. So that's all I have to say.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher, anything? Further discussion from the committee? Seeing none.
Was there a second on the?
Representative Belcher.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. Go ahead.
So, Madam Clerk, take a roll call vote on the amendment.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes, Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Further motion?
Yes, thank you, Representative Cordelli. I'd like to move ought to pass as amended HB 452, and the amendment is 1017H.
Second?
Representative Myler, seconds. Any further discussion, Representative?
I'd just like to say several words here. This is not going to be the entire fix for school building aid. This is a step forward, and it makes what we have better. It gives a timeline, It also provides folks like Superintendent Taylor the opportunity to go forward with their school building aid project that I hope that they receive here. If you know, depending upon how we fund things here, and I think we should at least get 50 million bucks per year. And so it is a good move forward. I would like to continue this committee to continue working with Amy Clark and those that are involved with school building aid to even strengthen this and to deal with all the other issues associated with that we know that are facing us.
Representative Myler, anything?
No, thank you.
Any further comments from the committee? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, to you.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Plecas,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Alboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent calendar?
Yes, it was consent. Okay, thank you very much, Amy, for all the work you've helped us out with. The next bill we have to deal with is 530. That's the cooperative withdrawal bill. We should have an amendment in front of us. Yep. Yep. Okay, I'm going to read, is the one that everybody got here, 10198, to make sure I'm looking at the right one?
Right.
Okay, good. Okay, I'll hand that off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Call on Representative Ladd. Would you like to make a motion on that?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion of OTP on HB 530.
Second, Representative Myler. Discussion further?
I think we got it right this time. This would be the third try today. Yeah, third time's the charm. It has the process for a district that may want to withdraw, working in conjunction with the cooperative board as a whole, where you need the 3/5 majority vote of both sides to attain that desired end. So, and as I read it quickly here, it looks like that is exactly what we have in front of us. And I'd like to also thank Bear Christina for helping us get through this process. He was like the third party that had to come in and get this thing squared away, and we appreciate it.
Representative Myler?
I think we've talked about this a lot.
Yep. Any discussion from the committee? Representative Lakis?
Does this appears to be identical to the bill the way it started, except for maybe cleaner wording. Is that what it is?
I believe that Roman 1 and Roman 2 are revised in this amendment.
Does it do anything different, or is it just clearer?
It makes the process clearer in that Roman 1 says that if the withdrawing district does not vote to withdraw, then the process.
But the effect is identical, it's just
The
cleaner
effect is
language.
identical, yes. Roman 3, I think, is the major piece of this, the supermajority vote.
So then this still does nothing for the small towns who are stuck because they keep getting outvoted.
Well, I think Roman 3 does provide some assistance, so that if they have a 3/5 vote in the withdrawing district, unless there's a 3/5 supermajority also in the entire co-op, they can withdraw.
But we ran the numbers and the small districts, it doesn't work. There's enough in the major, we ran the numbers based on the last vote, and this would have done nothing for them.
That might be the case in some districts, depending on size of who wants to withdraw and et cetera.
Thank you.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question because we had a bit of a hysterical issue with a comma in the issues on the other day, but it would appear that the comma is in the same location in this bill that caused some confusion previously. I'm looking for it now. It is line 24 and 25. Is that the right one? Where did I see that previously? Yes.
I don't see long comma now.
Oh, is it not? Apologies, I withdraw that one. But I did want to also add just briefly, because I think the point of trying to do this, and I can appreciate the concept that we want to balance these things, but I think ultimately, because of the incentives and the way that it works when things become out of balance in these agreements that these towns go into, the worse it becomes for one town, the more incentivized the other towns become to keep them in that district. So I think if we want to look to help these small towns ultimately be able to go back to the negotiating table, I think they need to have unilateral determination ultimately by a supermajority vote that can't be overridden.
Representative Ladd?
This, again, like the previous bill we looked at, is a part of the puzzle. To me, the larger issue associated with all this are the Articles of Agreement, which are 60 years old in many cases, or in a couple cases, they don't even exist. And if we're ever going to be able to really do something which is going to be, I think, most helpful to the local districts that are part of a co-op, is to require that these Articles of Agreement come up for renewal every X number of years. Some districts have that in place. For example, we talked about Bridgewater earlier this year. They do have a negotiations of their Articles of Agreement coming up in year 2024. And there's an item within those articles which states that if the financial arrangement, i.e. the per pupil tuition payment being a combination of both daily membership and maybe property valuation, theirs is based there entirely on population. Now, if that district tries to change that to 50% of both, they have to do so in consent with Bridgewater, because it's in those Articles of Agreement that they agreed to at the last 5 years, that those articles are changed without our approval, we're out of that co-op. And so there's how things are going to happen. If they're, to answer your question about how do we help those smaller districts, if the districts start writing these agreements such that it's going to provide that escape clause or that ability to change the articles in conjunction with, the population shifts which are going on, or the property valuations, like up there in Carroll right now, where the property value is really, really high. Poverty rate is also really, really high. So those are things that have to be accounted for. So I think that, and when we look at this in the future, and this is not over, there's a lot to it. Representation at large, not at large. All these issues of membership, those have to be addressed. And so as Representative Grenier did years ago, he looked at a component of it. This is a component of it. But we now have to really, it sounds like we have a group that's really interested in doing that. I would suggest during the next year here that we're working on this and have the opportunity to have groups that we delve into it, get all those Articles of Agreement in again, start looking at it and saying, how can we help? And to move forward, I won't. You do it.
Representative Lakis?
I guess my concern with this and with what you were saying is for them to get those new agreements in, they have to have a say other than, for instance, Carol has gone many times and asked for a renegotiation, and they've been told no. Well, of course they've been told no because they know they can be outvoted each time, right? And with this 3/5, they were outvoted by that much. And to me, the idea of taking the 3/5 out and saying they can leave with a 3/5 on their own, now the other people have to sit down at the table and say, okay, because they know they can leave. So what can we do? And maybe instead of 60-40, maybe they will agree to 50-50. Maybe I just see them as being more willing to negotiate. Right now, when they have that big of a majority, they don't have to negotiate. They don't have to agree to the new bylaws if new bylaws come up. I can't see that we're helping the little guys at all.
Representative Ladd?
I'll just do a quick one. The whole language, not the language, but this concept of a 2/3 supermajority did not come from people on this committee here. It came from the field. It came from a small cooperative district within a cooperative. So,
Further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Is the motion to adopt the amendment?
no, yes, it is, yes.
Right.
No, it was OTP. So
Okay,
what we
that's why I
gotta do
asked,
is
'cause I was-
have
Or,
Usually do the,
no, you don't have a vote right now until you have the motion put forward, the second discussion, introduction of this.
we did, right, yeah.
Have you introduced this amendment?
Second?
Yeah. Yeah, it was moved and seconded.
Well, the clerk would know.
that's why I was at. Actually, it was just the bill. So
Yeah,
that's
so
what I
you-
have. I just want to make sure because we were talking about the amendment, so I was a little confused.
So I'll take the gavel back and you can make the motion. So at this point in time, I look for a motion. Representative
If I might,
Cordelli.
yes, I'd like to move ought to pass on amendment 1019H.
We have a motion made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Myler on 1019H amendment to HB 530. Any further discussion from the maker of the motion?
None.
Second? Further from the committee? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
No,
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Hobson,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Peternell,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luno,
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 1 nay.
Representative Cordelli, you're recognized for a motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move ought to pass as amended with amendment 1019H.
Second.
We have a motion made by Representative Cordelli and second by Representative Myler to approve HB 530 as amended with 1019H. Further discussion from either the maker and the second? Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing, any, Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
yes,
Representative Ford.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Hobson.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Ellison.
Yes.
Representative Rung.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Balboni.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
20 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's right, exact, very good, Deb. Is that good for consent? Yeah. It's also in consent. Okay, that is concluded. The next bill, which we have, let's take about, I don't think we've had a chance to really caucus on this one, and I'd like to have a moment here. So we have this one bill left. This is 354, charter school eligibility for school building aid. So we're going to caucus on that. I don't believe there's any amendments. Are there any amendments on that bill? So we're just dealing with the, as introduced. Okay, we'll take a very short caucus here, and hopefully we get back soon. This one's no good.
452. 452.
No, wait a minute, we just did 452.
Right, yeah.
Okay, here we be. We're all back. The bill we're dealing with is HB 354, Charter School Eligibility School Building Aid. I'd like to call upon Representative Ford for a motion.
I move we retain.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher. Further discussion from the maker of the motion or the second?
I think we talked through this pretty well, but it gets down to the point where it's pretty obvious to all of us that this needs more study. And until we have more facts and more questions answered about how this might work out and who might be impacted in which way and who finally is the recipient if this does occur, I think we need that worked out in considerable detail before we can make a legitimate decision.
Representative Belcher, you were the second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think just to, to follow on that, I think we had a few small things we need to look at, things like local school board, issues with this. And I think it would be worth, taking a real hard look at this, maybe getting a little study committee or something like that together and, seeing if we can't hammer this out.
Further discussion? I'd like to echo the need for retain. This is just it's really an extension of our school building aid program, but also one that's very important. And the charter public schools, they're a form of public education that's been around now for a while. We know there may be a couple of them that are owning their own buildings right now. In looking at the charter school law, there's several issues that if something happens and the trustees give it up and it's now going into default or into a fiscal situation which they can't afford, then is the resident district going to have to pick up the debt on this? Or how's that going to be handled? And does the school building aid money that's been used for the upgrades come back to the state? If it's available, how do you get that? And there's a lot of other issues, criteria, 541A rule making to establish what we've done for the school building aid. And even within the school building aid program now, we know that there are a lot of issues which need resolution. And I see this as a vehicle for us to do both. Look at our total formula and look at how we integrate charter schools into that formula. I am certainly a proponent of charter schools, but when it gets to the school buildings, I think we have to be very careful how we move forward. Further discussion? Not seeing anything. We have a motion on the table, Madam Clerk. The motion is to retain this bill, HB 354.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Ford,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Hodson,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petronell,
No.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Ellison,
Yes.
Representative Rung,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Balboni,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
17 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, that bill is retained. There will be a committee appointed. The way this works is that if you talk to our clerk here in the House, we do set up subcommittees, but we don't like to get a lot of subcommittees going prior to our unloading all the Senate bills which might come at us. This committee doesn't have a whole lot of Senate bills coming at us. I understand it's either 20 or less, and that's a piece of cake for us. So I think we'll be able to get a subcommittee going quickly, in other words, and I'd be really interested in knowing if there are folks which like to be on that. It's something that I think we could really come out with some positive results by the middle of the fall, so we can get legislation proposed to move forward with something which might be taking into account some of the cause and effect that we might have if we had put this thing forward right now. So if anybody's interested, please let me know, or let Mel Myler know, who's the ranking representative, and we'll try and get this thing going as soon as we can. In the past, when we've had committees like this, I've spoken to leadership, and we have had permission to move forward on a committee immediately. And that's, something which we could do in regard to this one as well. Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now that we have concluded our marathon here, is it possible to have Jen give us, there was a form that we used to get that indicated all of the bills that we've dealt with, and it stated, and their respective status, something like that. Yeah, the work path, so we could all have a chance to see that and
Yeah,
do that.
yeah, I'd like to see it too. I haven't asked her for one lately in the last
Okay.
month and a half.
So now that we're done, it would be nice for us
outdated.
to see
Yeah.
how that works.
Another comment for everybody, now that we have gone through these, we do need to have all the committee reports completed. If you retain something, we don't need a committee report. However, if it's OTP, ITL, no recommendation, we need those reports.
So you have you need reports from Tanner on 603 and Luno on 621, correct?
From just today, yes. Yeah. And there's a few still coming in that I haven't opened up anything here in the last couple hours that may be a result of the 13th of this month that I still don't have. We need to get all those in so we can get Lindsay working on that. Any other comments? Now, another thing which I talked with Representative Cornell there about going down and having a field trip to Hudson to look at the Career Technical Education Center down there, and then making a stop here in Concord on the way or on the way back, either way, whatever fits in their schedules. And I think that'd be really enlightening for
Beautiful.
Alvern you're talking about, and Mr. Frogworth down there used to be the director of Career Tech Education in the state here. And he's really on top of things, and I have a lot of respect for the Concord CTE Center too. It may be a little older, but they have some wonderful instruction going on in that facility. And I think you'd be amazed to see what can be done in career technical education today. It's just fantastic. I wish my own kids had gone through this process, and one of them would have a job right now instead of living off of Papa here. Yeah.
My son complained always that there wasn't enough time in the day to take all the, it wasn't a career tech then, it was the Will Check. But it started when he was in school. Palmer started that.
Yeah. I just told a granddaughter last night, if you'd gone to the CTE Center just across from Bradford, you'd know how to fix a compressor. That way I wouldn't have to buy a new one for your Volkswagen Beetle. And that, which is about $2,000 for installation and all, and that's just, not the time of the year to be doing that. So thank you very much, everybody, for hanging there in 93 bills. This is just a marathon you've completed, and we did it well. We finished on time. There's others not done yet with fewer bills.
Fishing game done yet?
What a comment. Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, but ED&A, that's what they were doing today, was their last hearing.
Oh.
So as of 2 o'clock, so 15 minutes ago, they started their last hearing.
Now, before all the Republicans hit the road here, we'd like to sit and talk for a second about how we're going to handle tomorrow. I know the Democrats probably that all designed and ready to go. Yeah, it figures. So,
You got a second?
yeah.